this time earlier in the day, so I'm probably not gonna be as tired. Last night went pretty late, um, and I was kind of just like mindlessly drawing throughout the whole night. This was like a little bit of a demo thing I was doing on yesterday's stream, so I think I'm just gonna finish this off quick while I'm still warming up. Kind of the first time I'm drawing today. I just got done working out and showering, so my arms might be a little bit dead. I was thinking of maybe doing like a speed drawing today and um, seeing how that goes. I used to do more speed drawing. It's like kind of like testing out some different learning methods, and I think it's kind of helpful because I would find out kind of like figuring out shorthands and kind of figuring out more what matters on a character, which is pretty fun. So I might try out kind of like on a bigger drawing. This is the drawing that I did from last night's stream and stayed up super, probably way too late. But just kind of doing the same thing of like splattering some ink down on three different shapes. It was like this guy's cloak. This bridge was one of the splatters, and then her skirt over there. And then I turned her into a flower. The bridge, the bridge ended up being a bridge, and then this dude's cloak turned out pretty cool. I always find it's really hard to get values dark enough with the semi ink. So doing some like pretty aggressive starting splatters kind of gets things going, gets me a really dark tone on the page. And also kind of like I kind of loosen up since I already got three splatters of ink on the pig, so there's not much like worse that can happen from that. So I think it's just really helpful mentally. Right now, I'm just kind of mindlessly drawing, get something going. What's up? Hey man, not too much, just doing and kind of warming up a bit. I've been really liking warming up on this like I literally got this at Walmart, just like a pretty cheap sketchbook that has like super thin paper, but I like it because I don't know, it's not something like I take too seriously, so I have a lot of fun with doodling on it. Well, it's cool, thank you. It just kind of started as like someone asked about detailing armor and things. The cheaper sketchbooks are the best. Yeah. I feel like when I use something like really expensive, like an expensive brush or ink or like paper, it's always so like I'm always like so scared to get something on the page. Always like the tigers, white hair underneath their chin and on their cheeks. It always reminds me of like facial hair. Yeah, I feel that, especially with expensive paper. I always think it has to be a good drawing or whatnot, so I prefer cheaper if it's not good, doesn't matter. Yeah, I mean some of the like cheaper stuff is actually like not bad either. Sometimes things are just overpriced for not much reason other than like just brand name or popularity. Add a double strap for his helmets. You have such good line control with the brush pen. I struggle with it. I think it just kind of takes time, like just getting used to how it feels. I think you'll get it. The control with the brush pen definitely gets harder, like the smaller the paper is. Cool drawing. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Just kind of doodling, and getting warmed up before I start. I find it's pretty hard to like switch up brushes, so if you like really wanna, if you're really gung ho on trying to learn to draw with the brush pen, I think if you decided to like kind of stick with it for a week and like only draw with a brush pen for a week, I think you'll could probably come up with some ways faster to make it work with you. But every time I like change to a different brush, it takes me like around like 3 to 4 days to kind of feel like I am not like my not just making like random lines. I might try that. I have a Pentel pocket brush pen. Yeah, the pocket brush, I would probably say is one of the hardest brushes I've tried to have line control with, since the bristles on it are so soft that it wants to make a thick line more than not. And it's probably like my least favorite pen for a while, but then I like tried it for just using it for like a week because I had a bunch of ink cartridges for it that I wanted to kind of use up that were just sitting there. So I used it for like a whole week, and I mean, a lot of the drawings that are on my channel recently this last week were with it, and I started to actually like it, and it kind of became one of my more favorite brushes after just kind of getting to know it more. Nowadays, I think I'd prefer the something like the pocket brush or another brush pen that kind of like doesn't have this cartridge system where you squeeze it in, because I hate that you get like dry lines and then other times it's like too full of ink, and then like you kind of have to like stop and get ink going. I don't know. I'd rather just like keep drawing with a more consistent ink. So I choose the hardest brush pen. Yeah, I mean, I've heard a lot of people say it's like beginner friendly, but I've tried that thing and it's like I've tried a ton of different brush pens and I think that one's probably the hardest. Hey Daniel. Oh shoot, is it Danielle? Sorry if I pronounce names wrong. Where did you get this drawing style from? I used to watch a lot of like Kim Jong-il's videos, so like a lot of my process is like somewhat based on it, and like more so like the process of just like drawing with a brush pen and then kind of like add in tone with water over top and that sort of thing. But that's kind of all. And then the rest of it is just kind of like different things that I've experimented with and things I've found to be useful for like my drawings and then like just keep adding over time. I like to use different pens, but brush pens are the hardest. Yeah, with like fine liners, you get perfect lines. With brush pens, you gotta really put in work to get the same amount of thin line. Yeah, it's kind of hard to explain um like style. I don't know. I don't Style is like a collection of like everything you've seen in your life and like everywhere. So it's kind of hard to say where it came from other than a whole collection of like all of the art I've seen in movies and different things like that. How not to be afraid of making mistakes, especially when using ink. Um, I know recently, like the last couple months, I've actually found mistakes to be like my favorite part of art. And I kind of made a video on like mistakes and that sort of thing. But like the last two drawings I did on the bigger paper, I literally just like splatter ink down and try to get as much ink and water, kind of like get some blobs going on the page with different shapes. And then I kind of I'm purposely making mistakes so that then I don't know, then it's like more freeing throughout the drawing because I'm like, oh, I already messed up the drawing like in my head. So then it's kind of like I can't make a mistake that's worse than like a blob of ink to me. So then I kind of like draw without fear the rest of the way. And kind of, I don't know, little things like that help me. And like this drawing, I was just doing this girl for like a demo of someone asked how to do how I'm thinking about like armor and details and that sort of thing. So I just kind of like did a little demo and now I'm just like basically drawing over it. So I think not having like a lot of pressure or if you can kind of like find a way to where you have like nothing to lose. Like at the end of the day, it's just paper. Like I literally just put in ink down and different lines on a piece of paper. So like it's really not like the universe is gonna end if I make a mistake. Do you draw mostly with ink or do you also draw with markers? Yeah, I actually like drawing with Crayola marker. I don't have one around, but just like the big black Crayola markers. I like those because of they work really well. You can take water and it basically adds like watercolor. What pen brand is that, if I may ask? It's this one is Pentel brush pen. Brother's painting is so nice. Yeah, lately I've just been kind of like using whatever brush I have near or kind of just like randomly choosing one. I'm like, oh, that would be fun to use today. And then kind of just like experiment with it and see what the brush can and can't really do. And kind of like figure out some weaknesses and different things like that. Like this brush, I would say some of the downsides are like the brush can kind of get dry once the ink isn't in the bristles and just like different things like that. It kind of struggles to keep up on ink flow sometimes unless you're like constantly squeezing in. But like there are a lot of positives, like it's pretty dark. And you can get like huge areas of black. I just bought Artline brush pen in a couple of days after I found you. This is amazing. Yeah, I think honestly, like any brush pen or any brush, like if you want to draw with straight ink, they all work. Like they all do the same thing at the end of the day. I just like brushes and ink because a lot of my drawing is like working with black and um that's kind of like why I'm using it since I can cover big areas of black. Whereas like a pen, it's a lot harder. You gotta kind of like waste your whole pen scribbling in lines and things like that. I kind of just continue this sort of ornamental thing across her. You think drawing from imagination can take a long time to master? Um, I don't know if I don't know. Personally, I don't feel like there's an end point for imagination. So I think it could like I think people will constantly be improving. since there's not like an end goal to drawing from imagination. It's kind of just whatever you want it to be. So in that way, it might take to the end of time to master imagination. But if you're kind of just asking more of like if it takes a long time to like start drawing what you want, that one's kind of hard to answer because like technically you could just pick up your pen and like draw what you want right now, and it's kind of like more so if you're gonna be happy with the outcome. So I can't really tell you how long it would take for you to like be happy with your drawings. I don't know. Hey, Blue Panda, how's it going? Pretty good so far. Just kind of like doing a mini warm up. This one kind of just started from someone's question on yesterday's stream, and then I just kind of decided to make it into a drawing. I haven't used a brush pen like that since mine ran out of ink. Yeah, that's the thing that sucks about brush pens is they kind of like to run out of ink on you. And just like pens in general. Lately, that's kind of been why I'm going more towards like Sumi ink since I can just buy like a huge bottle of ink and then it'll last a lot longer. Bro's drawing modern day Mona Lisa and called it a warm up. I'm good. I'm just doodling. I don't know. I think anyone can do this. Man, draw from imagination and just kind of take some patience and sticking with it. And I think it's also kind of important for it to be something you like doing. Because if you're not having fun, I don't think it's worth it. It doesn't even have to be like fun all the time. Because there's sometimes I sit down and draw, and I might not be having as much fun as like other days. But like generally, I always like it, and it keeps me interested. think I'll make this black. Almost reminds me of like some sort of Aztec thing. Except for the tiger soldier behind. He's not very Aztec looking. Yeah, a lot of drawing for me is kind of just experimenting, so I'm not very afraid to make mistakes or try new things because my goal is just kind of to see what happens. So if I make a mistake and it's something I really wanted to see what would happen with and it didn't work out, well, that was kind of my goal in the first place. So. What's your favorite thing to draw? Probably like at the moment, samurais, I think. Um, and like I really like drawing animals too, and zombies. One of those three, but like most likely zombie or samurai, but like I mean I could always mix it samurai. I just kind of like their armor and a lot of the Japanese style of things. True, and it's better to get the mistakes out of the way. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's kind of impossible to not make mistakes. They're just going to happen. And I mean, the mistakes you do see are just ones you notice. So someone could come down, or like, I don't know, humans in like 100, 200 years should probably look back and like see a lot of artists that we might think nowadays are like close to perfection and they'd be like, wow, they weren't that great, you know? So do you have an idea of what you're gonna draw or do you sort of react to how your lines are going? Yeah, it's all just like reaction. Sometimes I'll have a theme that I want to do or like throughout the day I might think of like, I don't know, like different ideas and sometimes I won't end up doing them when I actually go to draw. But yeah, a lot of it's just reacting to what what lines and different things happen. A lot of my lines are also a lot of guessing around and just kind of like if I think of an idea, I'll just kind of like go for it and maybe it will work and maybe it won't work. No, all of like the details on certain like items or like this rifle that I was drawing. I don't really know what a rifle looks like. But I'm just kind of like thinking about it as I'm drawing it and kind of like putting down things I know about a rifle or like might um like try and just kind of like figure out what might also look believable in certain things. Like if I was gonna do some sort of machine, like I used to work in a factory, so like I know kind of like how things are like basic things of like how you would put things together. So like um having like latches on certain things or like having bolts can put things together. So just like little things like that that kind of just bring things together. And same with like same idea with like the straps on this character's helmet, putting it more on his head, even though it's pretty off of his head on this one. But just the little things like that can kind of make things look a little bit more believable, even if they're like very imaginative or very out there, like creatures or fantasy machines and that sort of thing. Well, my stream died for a second there, sorry. Do you stream with the camera or just your phone? Right now I'm just streaming with my phone. I'm thinking down the road I'm probably gonna switch to some camera setup though, if the like whole YouTube thing goes well. And yeah, because my phone's been having kind of driving me crazy with like autofocus and things. And for some reason it doesn't let me lock it when I start up on YouTube from streaming. So for now I'm gonna have to work with what I have. Since this character is very mechanical, I kind of want to try and keep him away from the rifle I have over here so that they don't get too blended together. I try to not to have like matching materials next to each other. Yeah, I used to try and stream on Twitch, but I had the same problems with my phone not focusing properly. Yeah, it like works on like if I just open the normal camera app, then it like I can hold down the button and it focuses, which I guess is like a Android thing. But yeah, as soon as I start up the stream, then it kind of like I can like tap to focus, but that just like focuses for like 5 seconds and then it goes back to focusing for whatever reason. All right, I'm gonna go take my dogs out and then I'll be right back. I'll finish this one up and then start on a bigger joint. I tried I tried like grabbing the rifle. I thought that was my brush there for a second. Your drawings really make me think of dreams, if that makes sense. So cool and inspirational. This level of style and drawing is what I am working towards. I'm trying to yell like you. Yeah, I kind of like to base a lot of my stuff on like not like dreams I've had, but like I like the dream like the surrealism stuff. I think it's really cool. I was thinking about maybe doing like a Alice in Wonderland drawing, but I'm not sure yet. I think I'll kind of start turning this character and add some black so it kind of opens up this rifle a bit more. I feel like I kind of can't warm up for the way I draw, but kind of want to get multiple drawings in today and go really push the head of a character here. And try to get something in the foreground. I noticed that whenever I want to push something in the foreground, I almost have to like really force myself to go for a line that's a bit crazier than I would normally try to do. I'll get some these tiger markings going. Once I kind of have a character in the foreground, and I feel like I've pushed them quite a bit, I like to keep going outward with more and more detail. So I kind of already got him to this point, but there's a lot of room on his lower face. I can kind of keep going further out with the fur and different things. His arm, and then really pull him out more into the kind of if there was like a camera sitting here. Is that dog? He's a tiger. Just a little bit of a crazy looking one. Close enough. Yeah, a lot of animals are very similar. A lot of times when I start an animal space, like there's so many moments when I can just change certain details out and it will become a different animal just because they're also similar. Got sneak a hand up here or a paw. Give this tiger some military kind of boots and see. Might fit his vibe. Some ink mixed up. Hmm. Probably this helmet black. You can't really get too much of a dark tone without adding more black to it, but this lighter tone can kind of do a lot for shaping shaping some characters out. All right, I think that's enough for a warm up. Oh yeah, here's some. I've been showing these in the last couple streams, but I did like a Star Wars doodle. I don't know, just some. This is one I did yesterday. Kind of a warm up before I started to. I kind of just like randomly sketching this book when I'm like waiting for videos to upload and things like that. Alright, I'm gonna get a new sheet of paper and put this one aside. Now I have the Daunton fresh piece of paper. I saw that you were up pretty late last night, or at least for me it was too. Yeah, it was pretty late for me. I probably shouldn't have stayed up that late, but I'm just like, I just really wanted to keep keep drawing on this one. I'm glad that I'm actually streaming earlier in the day now, though. Might stream late today again. Maybe not as late as yesterday, but somewhere close. I think I'm gonna start it off with the legendary blob. This time though, I think I want to do some sort of Alice in Wonderland thing. So I'll kind of like make that into a hat where I want the Mad Hatter to be. And then these other ones though, I'm just kind of gonna do whatever. And then from there, I'll just start shaping some things off from it. I feel like it probably looks pretty weird to like people just joining or seeing the stream when I'm like blobbing down ink. They're like, man, this guy's crazy. Actually going mad. I really like the scene in Alice in Wonderland. I like both the movie and the cartoon, but um, I really like the scene with Cheshire Cats. One in the Hatter's hat. Lucky, glad you stream earlier now, because that's when I draw to catch the sunlight before it goes down. Yeah, I wish I could be a little bit more consistent with like times, but yeah, honestly, I just kind of like whenever I get ready for the day or have time, then I kind of just sneak it in. So I'm not the most scheduled person. I kind of want to do something. I want to fit like Cheshire Cat up here on his hat. And to do that, I'm gonna have to do it pretty warped. Mhm. Hopefully I don't get my hand on this huge blob. I might have him like tilted upside down. Who is my favorite character in the live action? That's hard, man. There's a lot of good characters in the live action. Mm. I know it sounds kind of stupid, but like I actually like all of the characters. Like even in the second one, they still have pretty good characters. But like my first time watching it, I probably liked um the is he like a jackrabbit, the crazy one that starts like throwing the salt and the spoon and I think he's probably like the initial time watching it, he's probably my favorite character. But like I don't know, the Hatter is really a really good character too. I didn't really like the mouse the first time I watched it, but um, the more I watch it, that character becomes better and better. Don't hate me, but I couldn't get to the second one. But yeah, the hair was my favorite the first time I saw it. Yeah, those scenes are just so funny with the hair. He's just like crazy and unpredictable. I understand why the second one though. It's like it's probably not as good as the first one. So yeah, I don't blame you. Mhm. I only like the second one really because you get some like backstory on the Hatters and kind of that whole thing. I think that's the cool part. I feel like the villains weren't as good though. I'm not sure how many characters I'll be able to do from imagination and like memory, but I'll kind of try to pull it off the best I can. You can always make your own version of them. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna end up doing for sure. Because just there's no way I will remember them. kind of want to do um, Cheshire Cat upside down. I think. Then I gotta get that huge smile in there. I had a lot of fun doing the Venom sketch that I did in my sketchbook like last week. And usually I don't do many things based on like very direct from movies and things. And like that Star Wars one I did in showed early in the stream. I think it's pretty fun to do characters. Especially characters that I liked a lot as a kid, but probably wasn't brave enough to try and attempt them. I'm like that too when it comes to fan art. I don't know why, but I just don't feel like the desire to draw characters that really speak to me. Yeah, it's kind of like it's like off and on for me, like moods. Yeah, I definitely prefer to do like my own characters. I think I'll draw the mouse. I can't remember if the mouse is a girl or boy. I just remember she had like some sort of rapier sword. This drawing is definitely going to be tea time though. That's my favorite scene in the movie. Can't remember his facial features. I feel like he had like some marking others. Or even like some sort of stripe. Make a little bit black on his cheeks. Make his smile like a little bit more noticeable. And then I'll have Cheshire Cat stealing the mice's hat. Can I bend this other paw? Who's your favorite artist or musician? Um, mm, I think like overall, I like Eminem has to be up there. Like I like both his music and kind of like also like a lot of I don't know, like his like story kind of to him. Um, so he's kind of like pretty inspiring. And then I don't know, other than like that, I don't really listen to like many like singular artists. It's mostly like honestly the music I listen to today is just like going on YouTube and typing in like freaking like sometimes I'll listen to like funk or like it's called like dark cyberpunk or like that kind of like dark EDM. I don't know. It's kind of what I like listening to. But like lately, yeah, it's been those two, like funk and like darker, more like club style EDM. My god, brother had a whole Eminem face when I was here. Now I can't listen to him. Have you like, have you heard his newer albums though? It's hard for me. Like I still like his older songs, but yeah, I heard them like so much as a kid. So like, it's not. I still like some of the older ones, but like, I don't know. I like his. I haven't listened much to like his most recent album, but the one from like 2020 that he released with like Godzilla and like Nat and all that in that playlist. I can't remember what year he released that, but yeah, that's like my favorite album. You haven't heard any of his newer stuff, only his old stuff? Oh man, you should look up um like I don't know, just like Nat is a like NAT. It's a really good one. There's like I really like I think it's like Toby Maguire and he did um like trio kind of thing with a few other rappers and that song is pretty good too. I don't know. I like a lot of his new stuff. I like he's kind of like changed his style a bit. And it's like more rap than some of like the other stuff that was a little bit of pop. He's not really my style to be honest. He's my nostalgia playlist. Yeah. Yeah, I definitely know what you mean when like some of those old songs start playing and like it like takes me back to 2000s, well, early 2000s. What kind of music do you like? I'm more of is it Bjork enjoyer? Is that how you say it? Bjork? I don't know if I've like probably heard of their stuff, but I'm like so bad with song names and artist names. Like whenever I'd be hanging out with my friends and they're like, "Oh, what kind of music do you like?" I'd be like, I don't know, I kind of just like listen to whatever." And they're like kind of wouldn't believe I even listen to music. Oh, okay. I should check him out after the stream listen to some. Yeah, I'm like pretty open for music though. I like a lot of different different genres and things. Although I don't really care for country too much. I don't really think country is like bad. I just can't I can't get into it. Cheshire Cat upside down. The only normal people in quotation people I listen to is probably Lana Del Rey and Chief Keef. I'm indifferent towards country. Yeah. Yeah, that's understandable. Yeah, um Lana Del Rey is really good. It's kind of funny because she's like the exact same that you said with like Eminem, how you haven't listened to his newer music. I haven't listened to her newer stuff, but I've heard a bunch of her older songs. Oh yeah, I do like Billie Eilish's music too. I like the darker darker vibe with it. I love that genre, haha. Just popping in quickly. It's late here, so going to sleep soon. Oh, that's cool, man. Thanks. Yeah, I'm doing some sort of Alice in Wonderland theme drawing just because I really wanted to draw um like something similar to like a tea time thing. That's great. Love the cat. Great face. Yeah, it's a little bit tricky to kind of figure out in my head of what. what Cheshire Cat kind of looks like. I just remember he has a crazy smile and his eyes are pretty big. And he's got like this, I don't know, his like face is a smile almost. Funny enough, Billie is one artist I want to like because I've seen a couple interviews, but her music is always a hit or miss for me. Yeah, there's like a couple songs that I really like. I haven't heard like listened to like playlists in a while, but every once in a while, kind of like um listen to like a few songs here and there. Yeah, she seems pretty funny as a person too. I need to catch up on new video uploads tomorrow morning. Yeah, I've been posting a lot lately. I've been doing two a day because I have almost been like drawing too much lately, but I want to get a lot of it out before it kind of becomes older stuff. So I'm trying to keep like my YouTube as like up to date with my drawings and things. Yeah, your dedication really shows. It's wild how much you draw in on phone. Yeah, I really like doing it, so it doesn't feel too much like work for me. Kind of want to really work this around. Cheshire Cat, so like windy and a little bit like a magician, so I kind of want to warp his tail around. Yeah, ask how old you are. I'm 24. I'll bring his tail around. Nice, I'm only a few years younger. I thought you sound pretty young too, but your skills are already huge. Yeah, I feel like I started pretty late with drawing because um like I drew before I started going to school, like before kindergarten, and then I didn't like draw at all throughout all of my school. Like then like senior year I kind of got back into art again. So I feel like I started um pretty late considering like a lot of other people kind of like draw their whole lives. But yeah, I think everyone kind of progresses differently. I got two characters down. Now to start the drawing from the actual view. I didn't want to try attempting Cheshire Cat upside down. Mm. If I was just doing like one of my normal cats, then I would have. All right, I'm gonna sleep. Have fun drawing. Yeah, take it easy, man. Thanks for stopping by. What brush am I using? This is like a $1 cheap bamboo brush, but it's I really like goat hair since it's more like a stiffer bristles. But yeah, I think once I wear this brush out, I'll probably look up and see what kind of other Chinese brushes there are. My cheapest supplies always end up being my favorite. Yeah, I don't know why this particular one ended up actually being really good because the other two that I got in this pack of like three for $3 or something, the other two, the bristles on the end won't even like create a point. So they're kind of like not very usable, but this one ended up being fine. So, but yeah, some of the cheapest like art supplies can be like really, really good. Like I like using a lot of Crayola markers and they're pretty cheap. Alright, now I think I'll do Mad Hatter. Pretty happy with how his hats turned out so far. Boom, 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 boom. I think I was gonna have the Mad Hatter looking away, but I might have him showing his face. Maybe. Yeah, I think I'll have him showing his face. I don't really like back shots as much since you can't really see the character's face, but I like using them when I kind of have like other characters of the same type nearby, but there's not really many characters like Hatter. Oh, I could actually try squeezing Alice in here since I don't know where else to fit her. little bit of a difficult angle, but I'll just do my best to get something to work here. I always liked Alice's hair in the cartoon. I make her headband dark. And then kind of like drag her hair down until I get some sort of place to go off of. I forget. I kind of want to, like, I'm doing more of the cartoon for Alice, and then I think I'm going to do, I really like the Hatter from the live action, so. But I think his hair will be pretty fun. Now I'm probably gonna make his. Well, I'm definitely gonna make his hair orange, and then kind of like go with a blend of the live action with a little bit of the cartoon. Pretty sure he had like a long nose in the cartoon. Oh shoot! I think I disconnected for a second there. I just looked at my phone and it said, "You're alive." I like that kind of vibe that is in the movie when they get to the tea time part. How everyone just kind of like has their they're like all making fake sipping noises out of their cups. I have no idea what these ink splatters I'm gonna turn them into later, but they'll be something. I really like doing some, giving him some like polka dotted shirts. I really like how polka dots look with black and white, and I don't really get many opportunities to try something with that. I kind of want Hatter to be like he's leaning forward out of his seat. So I'll kind of do his chair going more back here. And I can draw a seat back there. Maybe I'll make the cushion black too. Just kind of add as much black as I can. Well, it was nice drawing alongside you, but I'm gonna go make some food now. I see you when I see you. Yeah, man, take it easy. Thanks for hanging out. I'll try to get that same sort of chair style. These chairs don't even make sense because they're like backwards, but it's kind of funny for the whole Alice in Wonderland. And good luck on this drawing. Yeah, thank you, man. I'll probably need it. I'll probably do Mad Hatter's hair first. I was debating whether I wanted to shade it first, but I think I'm gonna do their hair so it gets a little bit of a brighter color. Maybe. Yeah, I think I'll just color it before I shade. See what that ends up looking like. Lately, I've been liking doing some spot coloring and just kind of like sneak in a little bit color where I can on my drawings. I like to kind of be in between of like doing grayscale and doing also color too. Spot colorings also are always really difficult to kind of figure out. Like, if I'm only doing one color, it's really hard to figure out sometimes the what to make things. All right, we got Hatter's hair. Now I'll do Alice's hair. Sometimes when I'm doing highlights, I'll kind of like put down more highlights than I'm probably gonna end up with the at the end, but just kind of like try out different spots. I kind of like color a lot of them in. Hopefully this marker makes it through the hair though. It's kind of die on me. And then Cheshire, I think I'm gonna do some. He could either have blue or purple, kind of thinking. Ayo, doing color this time, nice. Yeah, I just kind of like on some of the characters, just like distinct parts of them. Cheshire with either purple or blue eyes. I'm gonna go with purple. Wait, you said Cheshire? Is Alice in Wonderland inspired? Yeah, it's doing best of my abilities to do Alice in Wonderland kind of things. Ah man, I think I'm gonna do. I'll probably just do blue for Cheshire Cat. Purple, purple or blue. I think blue makes more sense for him. Yeah, I'll probably try to add as many characters as I can remember. Yeah, blue is probably the right call. Geez, that looks super bright on stream. It's definitely not that bright. Or maybe it is. It has like a glow on stream that's I definitely don't see right now, but alright, one sec. Or maybe you could do like a spot color on the mouse, but I think this is kind of enough. It's like the main characters that I like, and then the ones in the foreground. so dark. Alright, it should get a little bit lighter once I do some more off. forgot to do a little bit of the hair. My rabbit's going crazy. The Mad Hatter. part might be a little bit difficult. Probably just be a lot of coverage. I'm actually surprised how much this, well, to me at least, looks like Cheshire Cat. I feel like once I go to look at a reference, I'll probably notice a lot of things I missed. But for now, I'm pretty happy with how it's turning out. I'll do a cash shadow from the character there. make a little bit of the stomach dark. Maybe I'll actually make a lot of this lower part. If I can get a super light tone later, then I can add more on the face, but for now, kind of can't with the amount of ink on my brush. So. Holy cow, I've already been streaming for 3 hours. I think I might add like the one. I can't think of her name. One of the queens or princesses. It's really chill having your stream on while I draw too, and it's awesome seeing you work on your stuff in general. Yeah, thank you, man. Yeah, it's always cool when I hear people kind of have my stream running while they're drawing. Try to slip in some characters over here with all these ink blobs that I started with. I'm gonna start to make them into characters. All right, I got the bunny with the stopwatch. I think I want to try sneaking the jackrabbit somewhere here. From what I've seen of jackrabbits, they're kind of like a longer, larger bunny. I actually love starting with the ink splatters though. They like I feel like they just help things and get them going. And then I like don't really draw with fear for like the whole drawing. It's almost like a composition thing too. And I like having these blobs here because then when I go to make like little choices, like where I could have this character's ear and different things like that, it just makes it very um, simple of where to put it because I only really have like a few options, and I think it makes drawing a lot more relaxing for me. I think I'm gonna have the um, this rabbit since he's kind of crazy. He's gonna be throwing 1 cup of the tea and trying to catch all the tea into this other one over here. Gonna trying to think of the characters' personalities and how I can play around with that. A spoon. I don't even really remember what this character wears. I think when they all get there, they're kind of like wearing similar uniforms. I'll just give them something generic. I could draw one of the chairs back here. He's kind of more of a crazy character, so maybe he just gonna through his chair back here. And I'm kind of like warping the perspective as I keep making my way across. I'm not sure how many characters I'm gonna be able to fit in this, but kind of wanna draw a teacup pretty far up here. Okay. Good. Okay. I think like composition wise, I got like a cool kind of movement going, and I feel like it kind of swoops down, and then I'll go out this way. Spoon. Alright, I think it's time for these characters now. I kind of know. I've been thinking for a while now that I want to make these into card knights. Can I start changing the black to fit the character a little bit better? I'm gonna squeeze in warp this spear that the card soldier's gonna have. Gonna just do whatever I can to get him in here. Bum, 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 bum. I probably should have left the helmet open so I could make it red. That could have been cool. Oh, I guess he's a spade, so I can do that for this character. I think I might make this the Red Queen since the card characters are around her. Hey, I appreciate the video. It was helpful. Are you talking the video that came out today? I'm glad it helped in some way. Sorry, it's kind of longer than usual, but I feel like there's a lot of things to say. I feel like it was probably better if it was longer and than like making a short one and then people asking a bunch of questions afterwards. Mm, I still like answering questions though. I think it's fun to help where I can. Should maybe try to get a spade in here. Maybe it'll show up. This drawing is really amazing. Thank you. Trying to do Alice in Wonderland. How long have you been drawing? I can't draw a cube correctly. I've been like drawing since I was like 3, but um, and then I didn't draw at all like during from like kindergarten to high school. I like barely ever drew, like maybe like once a year or something, like very sparse. And then senior year, I had like some art classes, so I drew a little during those, but then that was kind of it. But then for like a couple years after high school, I started like doing like the more formal practicing of like boxes and that sort of thing, and anatomy and fundamentals. But I never like practicing more once I got to a point of like understanding didn't really help my drawing from imagination. So then I started like drawing from direct reference around 3 years ago. And then I've just been only drawing from imagination. And I think for me, it's the best way to learn. And I just think it's a lot more fun than like I'd rather be drawing and attempting scenes like this. And then if I fail, like it's whatever. But I'd rather have a more fun way of learning and then learning from experience rather than practicing like boxes and that sort of thing. Mm. For if you can't draw cubes, um I don't really know your goal for art, but if you're trying to draw from imagination, I don't think you need like a like super correct cube. Um just kind of like if you know the that a cube is like like as long as you like know about three-dimensional objects and things are three-dimensional and kind of like space on things, I think that's like enough to get started and just kind of like if you just kind of like start playing around with the idea of things are three-dimensional, I think that's kind of like how I'm thinking when I'm drawing. It's kind of like playing around with different ideas. So like taking the fundamentals and then playing around with them rather than trying to perfect the fundamentals, if that makes sense. I think I'll draw some more queens cards over here. I've kind of turned them into samurai a little bit. I'm a beginner, so what to learn is all the 3D shapes, etc. Cube, cylinder, pyramid. If I somewhat master these basic shape, I would rejoice. Yeah, I think knowing about those shapes can really help, especially when designing characters and that sort of thing. I'm gonna go once again. I appreciate the helpful guides. Yeah, no problem, man. I'm glad you found them helpful. Maybe I'll attempt to draw kind of like a Jabberwocky dragon in this back corner over here. I feel like I'm like putting all of my knowledge of Alice in Wonderland on this page. Hey man, I'm a new sub and new thought in general. How long have you been drawing stuff? Because you're awesome. From like only imagination, 3 years. But then I've kind of been like doodling around since I was like 3 years old. And um yeah, and then I like studied like the traditional way for like 2 to 3 years and it kind of didn't work for me. So then I now I just draw from imagination and kind of learn that way. So like actually taking it serious, probably like almost 6 years. But if you want to count lifetime, then um, since I was 3. But I didn't draw at all during high school, or like I didn't draw at all during any of my school years. Like I maybe drew like one time in the summer, but like I mostly played video games my whole time in school, really. No, it definitely shows, man. I was watching the last stream too, and that Tiger Ward concept was fire, especially from that point of view too. Yeah, that one turned out pretty well. I'm like not that used to Worm's Eye that much, but I guess I could pull it off a lot better than I thought because I just kind of went for it and ended up working out. Lately, I've been trying to like push myself on different things I'm afraid of, and kind of like if I'm ever afraid of doing something for drawing, then I kind of um, like just decide to like go for it before my brain kind of like psychs me out. Like drawing a dragon or a Jabberwocky back here is definitely not something especially when it's like this far into the drawing. I feel like there's a lot that could go wrong, but whenever I start thinking that, I kind of just start placing down lines and go for it. Hey man, I was wondering if you ever use construction and stuff for anatomy when you're drawing. Oh, it disconnected for a second. If you use construction and stuff for anatomy when you're drawing humans, or is it just in your head, or do you just use intuition from experience? Yeah, most of it's just like kind of intuition and just going for it, and then a lot of like reaction from each line I make, and kind of like adapting the face as I go. So I'm like constantly twisting and turning things to kind of like keep things symmetrical and that sort of thing. Can't remember if the Jabberwocky had his arms as the wings or if he had separate. Well, it's time to guess. I think he probably had his arms as the wings. I know that dude had a long neck though. I think I'll probably bring his arm. I hope I'm able to be that confident someday to attempt something like that for an elaborate piece with a pen. Yeah, I think improving in art is like literally just how brave you are. If you constantly keep like going for things you think of and like don't turn them down because you think you can't do it, then I think you'll improve really quick. I'm gonna take my dogs out quick, and then I'll come back to finish the Jabberwocky. Alright, I'm back. Oh, finish the Jabberwocky. Oops. That was his tone. That was not supposed to be darkened. One thing I'll do before I color that part in black is I'll get some red marker and do some of the queens. Whoops, he wasn't supposed to. Well, he was for spades, but now he's for hearts. Right, well, now the queen is even turning spades into hearts. Have you ever tried drawing manga or comic panels? What about mechs? Um, yeah, I tried doing a comic. I tried doing a comic, but I didn't really like the repetition of drawing the same character over and over. So, so I kind of stopped doing that. But I've done some mech drawings too. I kind of want to do some more sometime soon. I actually thought about doing some. I was between like either an Alice in Wonderland thing or doing some sort of mech thing. I forgot how good red nets to black was. Yeah, I think I'll just do her outfit red. Since she is the Red Queen. I think I'll do her hair black. And then I'll keep the crown white, probably. And I just had this last card on the right here. He's so random over there, but it's kind of funny. Alright, now it's Jabberwocky time. can go around this helmet. Because it's red. Won't have any problem. Alright, man. Great stream. Keep it up. It's fun drawing alongside you, but it's like 7 a.m. here and I haven't slept. Holy cow, man. You stay up till 7 a.m.? Yeah, yeah, sleep would probably be good for you. Thank you for watching, though. I really appreciate that. What should I draw tonight? Do you have somewhere we can show our art? I don't know how to do that, but whatever you feel like drawing, I guess. I like the way you draw. Thank you. Mm, I don't know. Usually when I can't think of what to draw, I either just like place down random lines until I get something going, or like this one, I splattered ink down, or like, or sometimes just whatever I feel like drawing most of the time. Do, do, do. I mean, for this one, I knew I wanted to draw some kind of Alice in Wonderland theme thing, but I still did the ink splattering because I think it's fun. Sometimes too, when I'm deciding what to draw, I'll kind of like also think of what I want to learn too. Yeah, I'm still trying to learn how you add detail with the gray as soon as I can get my art not to look blank and flat. I show pretty well. A lot of like the use of gray that I use is kind of like based off the black. So like the black is kind of the main setup for me. Without the black, the gray kind of can't do. It's hard for a gray to hold on its own, and so it's kind of like a somewhat of a balance between black, gray, and white, and but it's mostly like if you kind of think of blacks and whites, I think it'll could help you. Like when I'm drawing, like these characters over here, most of it I haven't gone in with I haven't gone in with gray yet, and I'm kind of like setting up for when I go in with gray though. So like areas that I have black, those are areas that I'm gonna add more gray to as well. So like the hat, there's a ton of black here, so I added a ton of gray around it since they complement. But then like here, there's not as much black on like Alice, so I mostly left her alone with the gray. And same with the hair here, and then I'll mostly leave him white. And then like these two mostly left white are then to like help with the black areas and help with the surroundings and things like that. I think I'll try bring this arm Jabberwocky and bring it back. Alright, I think I'm pretty happy with that. I'll start some diluted water now. This brush is almost too good at absorbing things. He doesn't like to let go of the ink. What did I use for the colors? Alcohol markers. This gray won't lighten up for me. Slowly but surely, this one's gonna come together. I want to do the Jabberwocky's eyes purple. I've always felt like purple looks really good with ink wash. I'm really tempted to color that, shade that teacup, but I don't think it's best for the drawing. So I'm gonna not color that. Well, that might be it for this drawing. I definitely didn't think I'd be able to pull off um like an Alice in Wonderland theme from Imagination, but I think it worked out pretty well and definitely surprised myself. I'll have a time lapse video probably on this once YouTube lets me download the stream. And then I'll take photos too, but I know this ink is like super reflective, so on camera it doesn't look like the blacks are very reflective. So yeah, so I'll get photos and things in the video so you guys can see it a little better, but the camera doesn't really do a lot of the drawings justice that I paint with the Sumi ink. And my camera also likes to go out of focus a lot during the streams. But anyways, yeah, I think I'm gonna end the stream for now. I might stream again tonight, but I don't want to make any promises. But so yeah, thanks everyone for watching. I appreciate all the support. Thank you for all questions you guys have asked. I do really like answering questions and helping you guys out. So yeah, see you guys later. I'm gonna go eat.